Welcome in, everybody. Hello, hello. And I'm going to pull the. Oh, no, good. I'm glad that didn't come up right away. I was just going to pull the rookie mistake again. There it is.
Oh. Hi, Ashley. Hey, Leah.
Morning, Leah. Morning, Ashley.
Hi, Leah. Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Kale. Wow.
Hi, Cal. Meow.
Ruff, ruff.
I do woof with Marty Steele. I do woof when she goes oof. Hey, Slim.
Hi, Slim.
Hi, Slim and Cal and Marty.
Hi, Marty. Dana.
Hey, Marty. Woof. Hey, Dana. Okay, honey. Just let me know whenever you're ready. Dana was hoping to come join us today, but apparently she's got some things going on.
Okay.
Now I gotta explain this to myself. That's not gonna work.
Yeah, I got to do those adulting things, Kale. Isn't that not so fun?
Yeah.
Mine will be tomorrow.
Yeah, ladies, life happens, unfortunately. We can't always play.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the skirt all cut out yesterday.
Awesome.
I was picking some thread out this morning.
I'm with you on that, Kale.
Yeah, me too.
Feels good to be able to take some time and craft like this, and you know, at one time in my life, I didn't have time for any of this, so
Me too.
it's great.
Don't
Yes,
forget
it is.
to look out for the thumbnail for the Makers event that's going to be coming up on the 2nd of next month.
Cool.
Yeah, I got some things together this morning.
Oh,
Working on that. You bet.
Gonna have the first show is going to be myself, Pam, and Kel.
awesome. Alrighty.
Anybody who's interested in possibly coming on future events, please let me know via email. I was gonna say, Marty, yeah, I must have had it on the brain. Women of a certain age always have to.
I was like, cool. It's close by. Yay. That's funny.
Okay, so I started to try to work the pattern out of this book, folks, and yeah, no, it seems like to be combining two different patterns. This is what I love about vintage crochet material. The mistakes are insane. No one proofread. Nothing.
Nope.
So I'm sitting here doing my own version of what I'm looking at. It isn't even exactly what's here. So it's
It's pretty though. That picture's pretty.
Yeah, I liked it. I wanted to do it, and I'm like, oh, cool, and I'm like, no, that's not even in there. What are they talking about? There's this lady that I watch that's doing patterns from the 1800s, blind, like she doesn't have the title of it, and or anything that would be descriptive of what it is. She's just trying to follow the pattern. Some of these patterns are just insane in their wording. And then you first got to figure out whether they're talking U.S. or U.K. terms. Yeah, Diana. In one of the books that Pam sent me.
Yeah, vintage crochet.
All right, now the fun begins. Okay. See if this will work out or not now.
I'm spinning and I'm plying some yarn. I'll be working on this in a second, but this was just a little bit of fiber I split, and I wanted a small hank of gray, and see how thin I could get it last night. It's thin, but I want to get a little bit thinner. It's like a heavyweight lace type. But at least it's not breaking as much as it was when I first started trying to spin lace. I just didn't have the tripod in here, and I was going to work on this, but I wanted to ply this, and I didn't quite get it finished before we started the live. Ooh. Stacy's very gracious on us not being right in the camera, and I really wanted to finish this.
Whatever. This is meant to be a relaxing environment. Listen, there's different things you can do. Don't make plans. That's number one. Don't say I'm going to get this amount done. Diamond painting. Okay. Or I want to get all of this color done in one sitting. Don't do that to yourself. When you're doing the bigger ones, it's easy. I don't know how he already started it or not, but it's easiest if you fold down the top, 3 or 4 inches, so you can rest your hand on the painting, because your hand will stick to the darn thing, and place your dots, because you're going to want to set your hand down. It happens until you get used to holding your hand up. It's like learning piano. So, and work on a section that area you have exposed. Maybe start with just one color and fill out all that color in there, or attempt to do that. If it starts getting monotonous or boring or whatever, change a color. If you're working in a big field of one color, like let's say this was the thing and you have all this black you're working in over here, instead of doing it always in rows like this, do it on the diagonal. Go around like, around and around and around and around like that. It just makes it not so stringent. That's a big
And
one.
not so overwhelming.
Yeah, and you can leave it alone, then go do maybe another section that has a little color in it, and then go back to the black.
Yeah. My husband was going to get something. I don't remember what it was. It had a lot of black. And I remember, I forgot her name. I'm sorry. Had one with a lot of black in it. And I'm like, unless you're going to help me do that one, that's not going to get done anytime soon. Or at least it has to have some other brighter colors in it so you can switch back and forth.
I know there's a mistake. I gotta go back. Go back.
I know on Etsy they have people that, or they did have people that could be pattern testers. Before you posted your own pattern for crocheting on Etsy, you could have somebody test it.
I can just do that on here.
Right. I'm just saying that, I'm just telling you that that's an example from where things have come. For the people that post a lot of hand crocheted patterns on Etsy, there are people that just do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Same with knitting patterns too.
I have a few patterns that I designed that I posted the pattern on Etsy, which I have sold. Anyhow, that's how I found out that there's people that test patterns.
Mm-hmm. They'll do call outs too on Instagram for testers for crochet and knitting patterns.
Yeah. So, things have You know, you
Yeah, but
couldn't do that.
sometimes I have an issue.
Yeah.
I love it. I'd want to keep utilizing it or whatever. So that's why I like vintage and
Mhm.
or changing like if I see a pattern I like, I adapt and change it quite a bit actually usually.
Make it your own.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, that's what's
Yeah.
great about creating.
And that's all from through years of experience of doing it. You learn how
Yeah.
to make something look differently in a different way or in the same in a different way.
Right.
What I realize about the vintage books and patterns too is that sometimes they go in great detail, but sometimes they assume you know stuff.
Right.
Oh, a lot. Well,
It's one
because
extreme or the other. Is like, nah, I gotta look that up.
because you were taught when you were back then. You were taught, both the boys and the girls.
Mhm.
The boys, until they were old enough to go out in fields, were taught to do these kinds of things.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
What the same pattern? This pattern to this? It's similar, but not the same exact pattern.
Yeah.
This is
That's
just an
pretty, Pam.
inspiration at this point.
This is sort of like what, but this is like a coaster-sized doily. But this one's done with a really tiny hook. And this, I think this might be similar to what Stacy was trying to reproduce. It's got flowers on the side.
That is so cute.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same.
It's about a coaster size.
Mhm.
I didn't make this, nor would I attempt it. That's done with a tiny hook. I'd
Yeah,
be
watch.
crazy by the time I got it done.
It's a little bit smaller, but it's the same one.
Yep.
That is adorable. Yep.
Come on, keep going. Go, go, go.
Yep. There you go. Yeah, it's just very similar pattern. I see some little paws.
Don't start.
I'm not. I won't. No, Mom.
No, it's tempting.
Hi, Bud Pals.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Sue. These old arm covers, I'm sorting through some lace and stuff that I have that's vintage. Somebody else made it. That would be good for using for junk journaling. I see these arm covers. I think that's what these are, is arm covers.
Yes,
as
they are.
being
Typically, yes. That's
great-
in that shape.
Yeah, a great opportunity to use on the cover of a little journal.
Oh,
See
yeah.
Little flap like this.
Yeah,
could
or
put
even
a
to
button
wrap
right
around
there.
back and front. If it's a little
I'd
bit
sew it on a quilt block.
That
Or-
there's
or-
another.
Yeah, or you can even
You could put a button right here.
yeah.
This would
Yes.
be on the front of the journal
Oh my God, that would be a little.
with a little button.
Yep.
I've been already looking at the fillet that's in here, thinking of it, but these are so big in these books.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. Those books are just great to look at, and they've got great graphics and
Pretty, pretty.
yeah, I think that would make a good
You know, they're 15 inches, 17 inches. You know, they're
yeah.
or more.
Okay, Cal.
Okay. All right, Cal.
Okay, see you later.
He's gonna get nicky and wet. Oh, the shower.
Now this one's got a stain on it right here, but I see an opportunity for a person to use this and dye it to a
Stain is
color
grunge.
and
Stain is vintage.
use it on a journal or whatever, or grunge. Yeah, leave it on there and match a little other spots for for, and this could be used for a cover of a journal or, however you create with it. I'm not going to wash that and try to get that out. I'm sure a person could soak it, but to use it for art, art. Okay.
Yeah, it's just gonna smell all sweet and fresh. Here's a couple that I picked up from like a little antique store or something. But these were double layered.
Oh yeah. Yeah, cool.
With a little bit of cat
over
hair.
the top and yeah.
Like for a coaster or a pot holder?
That's more like Mandela.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah, that's like
Like a mandala. I want to make one of those. I didn't know, and it's, of course, it's dirty. It looks like that. I don't know whether to put it, like wash it in some wool soak or something. But yeah. Yes, that's what I used the bigger one for. This one, I use it to put my hot teapot a little on.
I have a hard time passing up anything like that when I'm at an estate sale or whatnot, because I know the work that goes into it, and it, feeds I like the look of vintage,
Yes.
or, handmade.
I do too. It's hard to pass those up.
Yes. I mean, I have passed them up, but I've also...
Well, I don't see them too much around here. That was, we don't have very many of the antique stores or the little stuff like that. And I'm like, I got that and a little crocheted crochet blanket. I got quilt on my brain with little tiny squares, and they were the colors, and then they were around it was black, trimmed in black and then sewn together. But anyway, yeah.
That's more like this one I made.
Oh yeah.
Where I think over the top of other things and a lot of back post crochet, puffy things, stuff like that where it has a lot of texture to it,
Okay, now I can see that a lot better. Okay. It's very pretty. This is a shawl that I'm working on. It's gonna be huge. It's not even halfway done yet. It's the Half and Half Wrap by Pearl Soho. Yes, thank you. It's actually really a forester green. The light is just blowing it out a little bit. It's actually, I think it's prettier in person than on the camera right now. Let me see. I might have it a little bright. If that helps any. My husband, he loves these kind of coasters. The cork ones. He won't use those as coasters because they're too pretty.
Mm.
So I use them for my teapot. These work really good though. They don't move around. And they hold your cup or whatever you have. If you got condensation, it soaks it up. We had a long, extensive conversation on coasters.
Mm-mm.
He loves coasters. I said, well, you just go ahead and buy them. You want coasters. He's bought 2 sets in the last week and a half. And it's not like we didn't have some to start with. It's okay. Hey, if that's his thing, could be worse.
Could be cars.
Yeah, well, we had that discussion too. The car, he can get cars as they have to run, be taggable, and insurable, and run. They got to drive up to the house. They got to be street legal. Yeah. And he agrees. Because through the years, yeah, he likes vehicles. But he's come to a realization that they do have to run and be street legal.
Yeah, because he's not going to do all those major things anymore.
Yeah, he thought he would, but he's
They all
come
think
to
they will.
realize it's not going to happen. So he's okay with that. Not just so bright. Whoa. Come back down. Oh, thank you, Stacy, for sharing the Wi-Fi boosters. He found some that he wants, and that's what we're going to do Saturday morning at Best Buy.
Do they carry them there?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that brand.
I don't think it's that brand.
Okay. I know I personally am using that particular one, so I don't know how well anything else is going to work.
Okay. Well, yeah, we had a long conversation about that too. I said, okay. There's a lot of different kinds.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been researching all week. And he says the ones that he wants is at Best Buy. I said, okay.
All right.
So he says it'll, I guess they could have ranges like 200 square feet, 300 square feet, or something like that.
They usually go more than what that says. Because trust me, mine is definitely further away than what the instructions say in the box.
Oh, cool.
It works
All
just
right.
fine.
Here's an old spool, satin gloss crochet cotton.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
See the shape of that spool?
Yeah.
Yep.
And the label's on both ends.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, it's like a fat little chunky one.
Yeah, it's got a specific shape to it.
Mm-hmm. I've never seen one like that.
I'm going to put that in my cabinet next to my bone crochet hooks.
Yes.
It'll probably fit in there real good.
Yeah, next to the special treasures. Cool.
Let's see here.
Hi, Barbara.
Hi, Barbara.
Morning, Barbara.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Willow.
Hi, Diana. Marty.
Hi,
Hi, Willow.
Willow.
How
Good
you doing?
morning.
Hang in there.
Yay.
Pretty much. Doesn't make you take it out of me, so. Hey, Ashley, Barbara, Marty, Deanna.
Hi, everyone. Hi. What was your husband's name again, honey?
Huh?
Oh, what am I thinking? Brain one on whatever. Sorry, brain's on.
Ex-husband, like over 30 years.
Sorry, it was a brain fart. Do you mind? I have those once in a while. But,
I have
well,
a
as soon as I said it, I'm like, what the heck am I saying?
Where did that come from?
No idea. Okay.
Bra. Way to go, Marty. Instead of Barbara, put bra.
Hmm.
Marty says that's quite a fart. You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, no
She's
idea.
concentrating on that her crochet.
No idea where that came from.
Yeah.
So what are you up to this morning? Well,
Absolutely nothing.
sounds like a good morning so far.
Yep. Sounds like a
How are
good
you feeling
one.
today?
Breathing treatment, pre-food meds. We'll see if food actually happens.
Welcome back.
In the past 2.5 days, I've had a small dish of cottage cheese, about a fourth of a thing of chicken noodle, like soup, and 1 egg. My sinuses are in an uproar, my guts are in an uproar, and I ache. It's times like this when you don't have cartilage that, like a fever ache is not just miserable, it's beyond excruciating. Plus, I'm having to do oxygen, all that good stuff. So excuse me if I'm breathy and not in a 1/900 way.
You smell pretty, Kelly.
Hey, Kellyanne.
Kellyanne.
No, this is pretty much the first time I've had enough air to actually go on a panel. Don't know how long it'll last before I have to go grab my oxygen. But we'll see. Glutton for punishment, aren't I?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, as vertigo hit me on dangerous levels, I managed to text Sis just enough to get her, coming home from work, because I was double vision and everything was swirling trying to text.
Mm-hmm.
I managed to get on Facebook and click the little camera icon on Tina, Lost Place. Had her come on live with me. In case I passed out, she'd be able to tell Sis what to do. Because it was that close. I was doing everything I could to stay conscious. And it was just a vertigo attack caused by inner ear infection.
Oh.
Which, of course, sets my stomach off, because my stomach doesn't like me anyways. And still trying to get it to behave, but the vertigo, for the most part, has passed. If I turn my head too quick, or, standing up, I stand up too quick, I'll get a little bit of it. But I'm on antibiotics, cough medication, which is a Benzoate, Tessalon pearls, because my cough was wanting to go nutsy. And
Willow, do you take a probiotic with your antibiotic?
yes,
Okay,
I
I'm
take
just curious
prebiotics and
because
probiotics daily.
that's just something I learned in the last year. The doctor recommended my mom take that when she's taking an antibiotic.
Yeah. It's because your gut flora and fauna are also destroyed by the antibiotic. So
Yep, that's a lot, Barbara.
wow,
Take
Barbara.
one step at a time. It'll be all right.
Yeah.
Because you can only do one thing at a time.
Yeah, especially where you need a new pacemaker.
Mm-hmm.
Slow and easy wins the race, girlfriend.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, my ears are full of fluid, Marty. My valves in both ears, both valves in both ears, failed, like, I don't know, one was like a year and a half ago, one was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, after maxillosinus surgery in 2018, I think. So they don't drain like they should. And with my skin condition, I get large boil-like, carbuncle-like lesions where an apocrine gland decides to go south. And I had been throwing fevers from a really big one of those in my groin.
Hi, Mom. Tina?
That erupted just that morning. What, 2 days ago? 3 days ago? I don't even know now. Hey, Tina. And I think between the heat, between that stewing and brewing lesion and the fluid in my ears, everything just went south all at once. but I'm on the appropriate medications, and supposed to get spine ablation on the 18th. I'm rescheduling that because you can't be on antibiotics for at least a week prior to one of those. I don't, Leia. I know how it works.
Hi, Leah.
But yeah, if you take it with the antibiotic, then it just kills it, and it's kind of pointless to take it. But
Good morning, KK.
Hey, KK.
Morning, KK.
I'm just doing the best I can, getting through it. Sis has to go back to work today.
Really?
She doesn't like the idea of having to do that, where I'm still not doing much food.
Yeah, taking it back again.
There's not much choice because of the way her job is. But I'll figure it out. Yeah, I take the antibiotic first, and then I take the probiotic 4 hours later.
Cool, I didn't know that. Take the antibiotic first, and then take the probiotic
Yep.
later. Okay.
Yeah, that allows the antibiotic to get into your system,
Okay.
and then you can follow it up with the probiotic, and that helps stabilize the stomach flora and fauna. So that, you know, your digestive tract will function better.
Yeah.
Because 2 or 3 days of heavy-duty antibiotics, which is what I'm taking, and your flora and fauna is absolutely gone, and it can actually damage the gut wall.
Yes. Is that with any antibiotic? It's good to do it with?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Oh, okay. Because antibiotics make me feel so bad.
Well, that's part of it.
Yeah, they don't. There's several that I can't take. Mainly
Yeah,
the ones that hit the gut. The one that's called glandular, but it all takes care of inner ear. But it's a pretty heavy duty one, and my stomach disagrees with it to a degree. But if I do the probiotic, prebiotic stuff, it helps.
Okay.
But I've got to try to get my food intake up today. I have not been taking as much of my diabetic medications because I've been eating so little. Last thing I need is diabetic coma. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Are you sanding your wooden spools, Pam? Some of them have the damaged label on them. In order to glue something on the surface, that paper has to be off of there. So I'm taking some with the damaged labels or missing labels.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Basically removing the adhesive so things will adhere again.
What's that?
Basically removing any adhesive from the damaged labels so it will adhere again.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, and I got lots of them. You see this one that I showed? You see this one that I showed?
Yeah, I love the stamped ones.
Says satin floss crochet cotton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had some like that before.
And that one
Mirror
I
is
saved,
on.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
There you
it's
go.
backward.
Yeah, you get the idea.
Almost had a big accident over here. Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Thank
Okay,
goodness.
my landline's been blowing up this morning.
Coffee accident.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yes. Just a little. It was just a little though.
I had one on the kitchen counter yesterday.
Oh
Coffee all
Thank
over.
goodness your cloth wasn't there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
goodness.
It was the other counter. It was the other one. That is a stubborn needle there.
I know, Kelly, and I say that on purpose to freak people out. But when your flora is messed up in your stomach, it feels like you've got fauna in your stomach. You got some kind of critter running around in there. Trust me. I'm getting corrected.
Mhm.
This one is really stubborn.
Back up quickly. Yes. Absolutely.
Oh, I get it, Kellyanne. I do that too. Something pops into my brain or somebody says something and I'm off researching. That's what I do. Oh, geez, Leia.
Oh. That's not good.
Eek.
Mm.
Well, the smell isn't as bad, but unless there was cream in it. And then the only thing you'd have to worry about is if there was sugar or ants.
The only thing I take to bed is my water bottle.
Yeah. I imagine you were awake after that.
I don't have a TV in my bedroom or anything like that. The only thing I have is my Kindle, so I can read my book. I don't eat or drink in bed aside from sips of water if I need to. But that's just me.
I think your husband was trying to be sweet and bring your coffee in bed.
Yeah.
And
Kind of sort of forgot the part that she needed to be
accident
conscious.
happened.
I'm not a coffee drinker, so at all.
Yeah.
I don't want mocha in my anything. I do not like coffee at all. Any way, shape, or form. I mean, I've literally tried a few times in life to drink coffee, and I just flat don't like it. It ranks right up there with like a beer or any alcohol. I just don't care for that either.
Well, yeah, that's the law of averages. Poor Leah.
He died
Hey,
before,
it's
but
coffee
I've
time.
never
Yeah.
I used to make coffee for the folks. I did that for decades, and I don't make coffee anymore. Pretty much all I do in bed is sleep, and like I said, occasionally read a page or two of my book, and that's usually about as far as I get. Yeah, the only time I've ever like sorted anything on my bed was like, you know, if I was just doing something there in the bedroom and needed to sit. But you know, it's a testament to patience because you know all these little kitties want to come up and help, aka you know, ping things around, knock them off the bed, yada yada yada. So when you've got a 2-ish-year-old and 3 1-ish-year-olds in the household, yeah, they want to be involved. They want to help. And
of course, that's their job, man.
Which means that I have to like go get baskets to put anything in, because you can't just like lay it on the bed or they're gonna bop it around. You know, that kind of thing. So I may as well just bring it on in here in the living room and do it on my table, because a little bit better. Not much, but a little.
She stole it again. You had to put that thing in your pocket.
My favorite is urban paranormal fantasy. I also read mysteries, occasional romance from certain authors. You know, pretty much anything I read anymore is paranormal.
like fantasy and dragons.
As of late, I've been reading the Christine Feehan Ghostwalker series.
Yeah, and a lot of the Tudor arose at that era. I like reading that stuff. Henry VIII and his wives and all that stuff. I like reading stuff like that. Mm-hmm. She's going to hide it, Kel, and you're never going to get it one day.
I occasionally read Tudor era, aka Gothic, but I've read most of them. There's not very many out there I haven't read. That's a dying genre of books.
Mm-hmm. Like some mysteries, but I don't go too much in the romance. Nothing wrong with it. It just doesn't draw me to that when I can read some other stuff.
Pretty much the only time I read romance is if it's tied into like romantic suspense.
Yes,
So
romantic suspense is good. Yeah.
Yeah. But there's usually in those less romance, more suspense.
Right. Yeah.
I'll tell you, the last books I read, I'm going to mess up this poor woman's name, was Diana Gabaldon.
Yeah, Gabaldon, yes. Oh, I'm rereading those.
The Outlander series.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard it was Gabaldon, but Diana Gabaldon.
Yeah,
but,
something like that.
Yeah, I've read several of hers as well.
Yeah, the Outlander series is awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Romance, but there's way more than that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in that.
Yes, absolutely. That's the kind of books that I like. 1,000-page books.
Back when I sat and read, that's what I did.
Oh, Barbara. I'm guessing Ganache is a critter.
He's a kitty, I think.
He's a kitty. He's a kitty.
See?
Well, the word was being used, but not in foodie reference.
Well, I'm glad that Stormy Girl's doing good.
Yes, absolutely. Me
too. That sounds like me on a normal day, Deanna. Working on a project, and then off, cleaning house or doing this or doing that, and then take breaks and come back and work on the project. But most of my projects as of late have been sorting in regards to working on the house. So.
Yeah, when I'm not on here, I'm usually reading or listening to a book.
I used to be that way, Marty. But since we moved here, there's just been too many things to do. So I don't read as ferociously as I used to, but it was nothing for me to read 2 novels in a day.
Me too.
When I was caring for my folks, you just spend a lot of time sitting around, and I would read and sew and craft, and Basically, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. If they don't want to hydrate, then they end up having to go to the vet for subcutaneous. Yep, there's Kelly.
Extra,
She's
if
basically a
you
needle
do
under the
dry
stomach.
food at all, wet the dry food. That'll give them a little extra. If
Yeah.
you know for sure that your animal is not drinking as much as they should, and you're able to syringe water into them a couple times a day,
Yeah.
do it. You know, into their mouth.
With a syringe that doesn't have a needle on the end. Like a
An oral syringe.
feeding.
What in the world is going on? I keep missing one. And of course, it's always at the beginning, and I don't find it until I'm done with the last row.
Well, that sounds like
Maybe
enough,
you're
Mom.
Maybe you're still thinking about that husband of mine. I don't know.
I'm laughing, Stacy, because I do those kind of things all the time.
I just think it's hilarious.
I realize I can't be on your live and do amigurumi unless I want to do it like 5 times.
Yeah, it's hard to count and keep track of a pattern that's intricate that changes all the time.
Yes.
Especially a new pattern.
I mean, I can, but it's not fun.
I'm just not up to doing anything.
That's okay. We like it when you visit with us.
Yes. You're good company,
Willow.
Willow.
Josie yesterday, and it's just still sitting there. That's not normal. I'm just so sore that doing anything.
Yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do to take care of yourself, and sounds like you're doing it.
That's all I can do. So it's even
My grass is getting
cooler here yesterday. I'd have that here on my table. Good grief, Tina. Even I made it to bed.
This is not quite enough.
I am, Deanna. I can't do anything else. So, I mean, I thought about snipping out of those magazine pages that I've got, and just the thought of trying to handle scissors and hold up a piece of paper was too much for me to handle. I was like, okay, that ain't gonna work. So I'm literally just sitting on my duff doing nothing.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
After all, this is a retreat here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how you changed the name. That was pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
No, that's too wide. A little bit.
I went to bed and I wore my oxygen to bed. That lasted for about 2 hours. And then it was wrapped around my feet and everything else. So that went. And woke up about 8.
Mom, you gathered garbage and started laundry. Does that mean you put your garbage in the washer? Cow.
Hey, worse
I'm
things have happened, I guess.
catching up on the notes. I heard Stacy laugh, and
Yeah, I'm trying to too. I can't eyeball chat too long though, or the vertigo moves in. So if I miss something, sorry, but if I focus on
let's see.
anything too long, the vertigo still is there because of the inner ear stuff going on. Yeah, thank you, Barbara.
Yeah.
Trust me, I want to craft. I get to Jones and want to craft. I thought about even a diamond dot, but I thought, no, too much focus. So I didn't even attempt
Yeah,
to
I
set
think
up
that
a
would be hard to do. Yeah.
if I do the right things, the vertigo pretty much stays at bay. But if I do the wrong things, then it rages, and don't need that.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to even watch I watch people that chase scanner calls at night.
Storm chasers.
I haven't been able to do that because of the driving factor.
Is it storm chasers or
driving?
Police fire?
Yeah. Especially if they do like a U-turn or something like that, I'm done. So I haven't been able to watch them either. I haven't been able to watch like Live PD, or not Live PD, but On Patrol Live, for the same reason.
Yeah, is it the storm chasers or the scanner, police and fire and all that scanner?
Police fire.
Base fire.
oops, take the pin out.
I've got one that I watch in LA, and I've got one that I watch in Bakersfield, California. There's actually a couple in Bakersfield, but the one I only watch when the other one's not in Bakersfield, because he also travels and does, like checks on the border and things like that. But he's back in Baco now, so, but I'm not able to watch him.
I'll be right back, ladies.
Right,
Okay.
baby.
Look at all them pretty spools. I have a bag of spools that I, when I culled my thread,
They're pretty.
I was doing the rot test by yanking on it.
Yeah.
If
Remember.
if it was rotten, then I removed the thread and cut it up into little tiny snippets. If it's caught and it goes in my bird bag that I put out in the spring, I put it all in a basket and put it on my deck for the birds to use for their nests. But if it's synthetic, I don't do that. But I still
You keep the
cut
bobbin.
little snippets so that animals don't get hung up in it.
Yeah.
Like little 1-inch snippets. Small enough that it can't tie upon itself.
Well, you've seen
Hey,
my
Dana.
Hey, Dana.
you've seen my enamel 1950s wash basin full of them, haven't you? Right behind me.
We need to see again.
This is just some of them, Willow.
Oh, gracious.
Some of them.
I've got some wood spools still in my collection because the thread was good.
This is maybe
especially if it was
9
a
inches
specialty
deep.
thread.
Ooh, yes.
But,
9 inches deep.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, I have like a gallon bag.
Strikers in here. This
Um,
one is Night Brand, 50 yards. That one's got the original label. I won't be doing anything to that one.
Yeah. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Yeah. Jewels. Yeah, that's what I was thinking,
yeah.
Ma.
But I gotta start getting rid of some of this. There's no way in my life I'll use all this. This is just some of the spools.
well, some of mine are going to go into a large sewing themed wreath that I want to create for my craft room. And others will go, the ones like without labels will
Right.
go in my fairy garden stuff, making little tables and chairs and things.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be nice.
And I have little teeny tiny ones that I just got, in wood craft supplies, wood turnings. I'm going to be making furniture for a little doll that I have. She's a little 4-inch. Her and her companion.
Okay.
Her little bestie. They were put out by Robert Tonner. Her name is Amelia Thimble.
Oh.
And so she has sewing related themed things. And I want to make her some other things. I mean, I was able to get like her bedroom set, which is basically resin. When he closed out the stuff and bailed on making dolls, he's back now, of course. Didn't figure he'd last long, but hey, I'll take 90% off of anything any day, especially when it's on the wish list.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But what he's back with is just one of his dolls that he had. Back then, he had a lot. And they're way more expensive now. They're like a basic doll is like $400. When I bought
Hey,
a
Dana.
basic doll was like $100 at most. And usually I got a coupon or caught a sale.
All right. Cat fact of the day, before I forget.
Yeah.
The Russian blue, or the archangel cat, didn't know that one, was believed to have been brought to the West by merchant ships coming from the Russian port of Archangel during the mid-1800s. My Smokey is he's not a Russian. He's a chartreuse blue. His eyes are not that fiery green. They're more golden green. That chartreusey green, greeny, goldy kind of color.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a ticked blue. Long hair.
Hi, Joyce.
Hello, Joyce.
Hey, Joyce.
How you doing?
Welcome in.
Hi, Joyce.
Yeah, she was my diabetic kitty. She's the one that we had to give insulin to twice a day. I swear Esme channels her because she was kind of a bully. She was an alpha.
Your mom has a Russian blue cat, Ashley? Cool.
What were you saying, Willow?
Trying to remember my train of thought.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Happens.
Oh, she was a bully. She was an alpha, and so is Esme. And Esme, locks in and bullies as well.
Mm-hmm.
Bye for now, meow.
Take care, Kellyanne.
Later, Kelly. Ann.
Have a good day.
Kellyanne pops in and says, "I have a Russian blue mix, Stormy. She has a white tip on her tail." Meow.
Chloe's got a white tip on her tail. She's a beagle. So they can see them. See that white tail popping up through the brush.
Yep.
Miles, he's a black kitty, but he has about a dime-sized spot of white on his chest, which makes him a tuxedo instead of
Yep.
black.
That's all it takes.
Millicent, she was a black cat with the chocolate undercoat,
Mm-hmm.
and she had one white hair that would come in on her hip. So she was a tuxedo as well because she had one white hair.
Yeah.
She did. It was just one random little hair on her hip. Sable has white on her paws, but she doesn't on her tail. She's pretty much, I think she's more tabby, because it's not spotted. She actually has stripes. But she's got a white tummy and white chest and white paws.
Too wide.
So basically an American short hair.
Mm-hmm.
Aspen, of course, is a ragdoll. Or part ragdoll, part calico, because she has some calico markings on her, but just small ones. And her mom, I believe, was a calico. But Jazzy, she's a tortie. Medium length hair tortie. Esme, of course, is a long haired orangey. Which apparently they mostly are males.
Mm-hmm.
Like 5% that's females or something, I don't know. But she's a female. I mean, truth be told, they're all its now because they've all been fixed, but hey, whatever.
Charlie's been fixed, but he still has ideas in his head.
That's funny.
Ain't
See a
gonna
manly
have any of
man.
that here. Except during spring when the males that are outdoors in the park decide to come and spray my front screen door. Because, you know, there's females in the house, even though they're all fixed. You know, they seem to think that they want to acquire my little furry harem. It ain't happening.
Y'all want to know what all mine look like? I have a little video up there that has pictures of all of them. They're all different. So.
I love the paw video.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
I could watch that one over and over
All the
again.
clapping.
Over and over, yep.
I'm just stretching, Bill. I'm just stretching. Sable just jumped up, like, Mom, what are you doing? Are you okay? All I was doing was stretching.
Okay.
But
that
with my
one's-
grumpy bones are sound effects, and she is the mother hen for sure. I wore my oxygen or air concentrator to bed last night. She's like, why are you doing that?
I know my beagles always look at I wear a CPAP machine for sleep apnea.
Mhm.
When I first got it, they were really leery about it.
Well, for me, I don't use the air concentrator a lot. It's there if I need it. And I've needed it the past, few days. And so it's not on the regular. So anytime I turn it on, they aren't quite sure what to make of it. Yeah, everybody was worried about me Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you have vertigo, you have to get up and go pee. And, it's everything that you can do to ensure that you stay vertical. And you have a cat wanting to wrap around your feet because they're concerned about you. And it's not a good mix. Marty says, Pam, I'm loving them spools.
Thank you. They'll be in the sale.
Cool. Oh, I seen your message, Stacy. As far as I know, I can.
Yeah.
But it's dependent on
I
whether
know.
the focusing on a chat kind of stuff is still there or not.
Well, I thought about it. I said, well, it's a couple of weeks away.
Yeah. Hopefully everything's back on track long before then, but who knows? I have had this kind of stuff linger. So we'll just have to wait and see. But if I can, I definitely will.
Okay, cool.
I'll be right back, girls. I gotta keep the AC on. I think I need my oxygen, and need to get ice for the swamp cooler.
Okay.
And I need to get me another water, which probably means I need to do a core water again, since we're hotter than blazes again today. Anyways, I'll be right back.
All right. I'm going to be stocking the sale, you know. I want to buy something this weekend, so I'm sort of blowing some of my crafting budget, but it'll be alright. I want some new earbuds. Not that I need them, but because I want them, honestly. But we'll see. We'll see. I've been looking at them for a couple years. And I use mine almost all day, every day. So we'll see.
Yeah, I suppose you wear them when you're when you mow and all those things.
Yes. Yep. They're noise canceling, and yep. No matter what I do, I have them in. Yeah. Shopping, they're always in. At first, it took my husband a while to get used to it. I said, I can hear you. I really can. I don't have it loud, and they're not noise canceling. They're just, earbuds. I can still talk to you. Now he don't even see it. He don't even see it anymore now. Mm-hmm. But I will still be, yeah, because she ended up bouncing. Yeah. I'll still be stocking the sale though. Lurking.
Yeah. So is anybody else doing anything? I can put 6 people up here in total. So just because you see 4 don't mean that you can't come up.
Ooh, got to fold laundry and empty the dishwasher. Yeah, I did that part yesterday and part today.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not quite every day here, but usually on Monday and Wednesday and Friday. Sometimes I can skip a Wednesday. Mostly uniforms. They eat a lot. Lots of dishes. Yeah. Thank goodness for a dishwasher. Hmm. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, I'm back.
Okie dokie.
Okay, I'm back.
Very funny. Very funny.
Hey, whatever works.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm swaying to the music, back and forth, not realizing what I'm doing and like rocking to the music.
Normally, if I have music on, I'm swaying, rocking, tapping a foot, something, but ain't no swaying happening right now.
Yeah, no, not allowed to sway.
Yeah.
Because you'll sway 2 or 3 times and then you'll be on the floor.
Hmm.
That and or hurling into the trash can.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've only had vertigo one time. It was for like a very short time, and that was awful. Mm.
I didn't used to get vertigo, but after the maxillary sinus surgery, I'd had it a few times.
Okay. I roll it up into itself, the opposite of the way you got it.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
The diamond canvas. If you want to store it. Yeah, I put the thing with all this stuff in it, the dots in it, in the middle, and I just let it do its thing around it. And then I tie a ribbon on it. If you have a place where you can leave it flat, good for you.
Mm-hmm.
I leave mine flat on a box, if nothing else, you can use a priority box that's flat, piece of priority box, and stack them on top of each other that way.
The supervisor is sneaking up at me from a new direction.
Uh-oh.
I just
I don't see it yet.
Working on it. She just came up the initial portion in a different direction. Go ahead.
I
You
used
see me now?
Keep going. Keep
large
going.
cardboard and created like a folder to keep them in. And mine are tucked in by a dresser in the craft room, and they stay flat.
Oh, you basically make like an art portfolio thingy.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, they're just tucked in there. But just cardboard and some packing tape, and just made a big folder out of cardboard to keep them in till I get them sealed and what have you. I've got some of them
Yeah, I
sealed.
gotta get some. Mm-hmm.
Girl?
Hey, Mom.
Hmm.
Hey, but Mom.
Yeah.
That just works the easiest for me, Deanna. Also, where I'm ripping apart my craft room keeps them safe. The dresser that they're next to is where it's at now is its permanent home. So that's why I put them over there, because I know they're safe tucked up there, because I'm done in that area.
I can't stay here doing this all day.
I found these kind of bobbins here. I hadn't seen those before.
Oh yeah, the big deep spools.
Oh wow, yeah. Let me see the end of it. The end
It's
of it.
Going.
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
Myers.
That's nice.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's one of the big spools.
I just got it because I hadn't seen that kind before.
Yeah, that's cool. A person could store their vintage crochet lace on there, or a variety of things.
Okay.
Yeah, they could be utilized. I
I,
mean, when I see it, that's what I think of.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah, I thought they were neat. I just didn't know quite what to do with it, and that's why I was watching you do your bobbins, Pam.
Yeah, those are harder to. I maybe have one of those.
Didn't let.
She is determined to get cuddles.
Trying to get these back in the container.
She is all up in your junk.
Shoe.
And I got a bunch of buttons from her. They were I think she called them shell. They were all white and off-white and stuff like that.
Shell made from.
Yeah, mother and pearl and abalone.
And I'm washing them right now. And
I love a good mother of pearl button or abalone.
they look different. They're different shades. So I mean, I don't know what they were. That's the only ones that she had there. And I said, yeah.
I have a book that I got from a button factory in Iowa that I went to that shows pictures of all the different shells.
That they used back in the day.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be cool. The one thing with mother of pearl buttons is matches just kind of don't happen. They're going to be
Right.
a little odd size, a little different shades,
Yeah, I noticed that when I was cleaning them. They're all white, but they're different ivory and ecru. They're different shades of white.
Yeah, because I mean, even if they use the same shell, that inner shell is going to have all different kinds of shades in it. So,
Okay.
you know.
I didn't know there was such of a thing. And she said, these are all the ones I have with me right now. I said, yes, please. And they were in tins. So she really wanted more for the tins than she did the buttons. I said, well, I really want the buttons. I really don't want the tins. Because she had a man that buys her tins. I said, we'll find some bags and put them in. I said, because I'm not really interested in the tins. Because I have some of the tins that they were in anyway.
Yeah.
And so it all worked out okay.
Yeah, I collect tins and I collect buttons, but I don't always want the tin the buttons are in. Because, they often overprice the buttons for the tin. And, just give me a bag. I'm good. Here, I got a drawstring bag.
Yeah, that's what was. I seen her thinking, and I was thinking that's what she was, judging. I said, well, if you really want the tins, I said, I don't want the tins. I said, I want the buttons. So we got some bags and put it in there.
That works.
Yeah. I hope tomorrow I'll see them out there again, because she said she had a lot of other color, like color buttons. I guess she had colored them out, put them in different, she sorted them out by color.
And all the reds and all the greens.
Yeah. So hopefully I'll see her out there.
They do that
tomorrow.
The only problem with that is if you're a seamstress, you generally kind of need all colors of buttons. But whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a neat idea, but just not. It doesn't suit everybody.
Yeah. So
my best button buy ever was the local Salvation Army. About once a year, when they were under previous management, not what we got now, they just had like big jars that when they went to recycle textile, they had to remove buttons, and they would put all the buttons in these containers that they had at each of the sorting stations. And they'd start getting full, and they would put out gallon bags of buttons for $4.99.
Yeah.
And one year, they had 10 gallon bags, literally bulging, for $4.99 pop. And that was what was gifted me for my birthday that year. Because my birthday was like less than a week after that, And people always had problems finding birthday gifts for me, because I'm a hard person to buy for.
No.
Well, I have so many crafts so that, they aren't going to know what little niches. And clothing-wise, I have many issues with textile in regards to garments. So, that was always a problem. Just a lot of different things. But anyways, that came up, and Mom was like, yeah, go buy them. And I'm like, what? She said, just go buy them all. Okay. I said, no. She said, that'll be your birthday. And I was like, that'll work. And I spent probably a year sorting all those freaking buttons. Because I had to have larger bins to put all the plastic in, and all the glass in, and all the, the 2-hole, the 4-hole, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, because there was just so many. Then I went through each bin and then sorted them from there. Grouping, like ones together and so on and so forth. And the biggest bin of them all, of course, was the white shirt buttons. And from those, I just took out what I needed to, just have some handy, and the rest just went back to donation, because I did not need, 10,000, 20,000, I don't know, I have no idea.
No way, really?
Buttons. And there was a lot of them, but what came out of the rest of it was beautiful glass vintage buttons, the beautiful rhinestone buttons that were, not quite sure what that material is. I don't know if it's Bakelite or solenoid or what, but and then that lovely smaller pile, but a pile nonetheless, of mother of pearl and abalone. Then of course the vintage plastic ones that were, molded and shaped in all the neat shapes that they had back in the day. And I'm still using some of those buttons to this day. But I have also added since then, of course. Not on that caliber, but, a little tin or jar here or there. But I have Plano trays full of buttons, and I've culled them even, but I still have 10 or 12 trays of Plano trays, the deep trays of buttons, but I use them, Once I get my craft table set up and get my craft room the way I want it, I'll be able to do all kinds of different crafts. But at present, there's always some area that's, inaccessible right now for moving and shuffling stuff and what have you. So, but I'm getting there. I'm just on hold at present, which is a bummer because I was kind of trying to push through to have certain things ready when Sis had her break for her birthday, the 24th through the 28th or something to that effect. We were going to do some furniture moving, but it's doubtful that I'm going to have the energy for that now. But we'll see. Well, Dion must have took off to see about boxes. Oh my God. Where's my tape? Tina's probably wrangling RJ. If I remember correctly, today is the day that Tim goes over to babysit Ari, so Tina has RJ.
Counting. She casts on a hat.
But you have things to do.
Casting on a hat. Oh, like crocheting.
Yeah.
You're casting on.
I need to do that too.
RJ's
Like
in
a
her
maid.
lap watching Toy Story.
Oh,
Oh, she's knitting.
yeah.
Well, casting on isn't a phrase I use a lot because I don't crochet or knit.
Okay.
Yeah. Casting is knitting. You'd be chaining for your crocheting.
Yeah,
And that's the piece. Yeah.
I know that, but like I'm gonna remember it because I don't need to crochet.
Okay. You don't have to. I was just saying.
I know, I'm just saying.
Because I know you don't do that kind of fiber art.
Me either.
Oh,
Oh, she's
Yes,
doing
sure.
it now, so she has it done for tonight when hubby wants to watch a movie.
Yeah.
I'm guessing maybe trying to like sort out the numbers or something when you cast on is challenging with the TV blaring in the background.
I like knitting, but my least favorite thing is to actually cast on something, on the needles, and counting and making sure your gauge is where you want it to be. Yeah. But after that, if I can just do this, what I'm doing right here the whole time, I'm happy.
Yeah. I'm the same with beadwork. If I'm doing peyote stitch, first 4 or 5 rows, getting the tension right, getting them to lay right, and all of that, and then just having something to hang on to. You got to get 4 rows in just to have something to hang on to. Then I'm off and running.
Yeah, me too. I lose track. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Well, when you're doing peyote stitch, all you've got is beads and thread and a needle. You know. So you've got to get that foundation down in the first few rows. And usually you remove the first couple of rows because they're wonky.
Yeah. Without looking,
so you always want to start before you need to start so that you can remove those rows and have it where it needs to start. So you got to calculate that. I don't know.
Depends on what it is. I can knit without looking, but I'm not quite there yet.
Stop pushing
Dana.
against this. You're really driving me crazy. Don't even. Leave my hands out of this.
The boss is in town.
Get this thing out of the way. It don't belong here. It's like you're encroaching on my space, Mommy.
She wants to put her paw on top, because she's doing the old, getting herself in all kinds of weird position, grooming.
Yeah, stretching.
And she winds up pushing it until it extends her arm, and then it's like, hello.
Be right back.
Holding 2 strands together. Oh, cool. Very pretty. Do you do the knit 3 purl 1 all the way up the hat, or just for the brim?
Oh.
Okay. Those are nice. They would probably fit, anybody's head because they were stretched nicely. West Virginia. Okay, cool. Yeah, those fit adults. Yeah.
I'll be right back, ladies and
Okay.
gents.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm back.
Alrighty.
Mm. They don't know what to think of the monstrous beast in the bedroom, aka the air concentrator. So it makes it loud. Kind of puts them all on edge. Because when that thing kicks on, it makes this loud beep, and then it makes even a louder beep. And they freak out. After that, it just, makes that chuffing sound. But when you first start it up, yeah, it'll clear the room. But yeah, all my bodily functions are out of whack right now. That's why I had to make a run for it earlier. Not a lot there because I haven't been eating much, but if you need a cough and that's going on, yeah, you definitely don't want to do that off the pot. She's looking at that like you're trying to poison her or something.
I have got to back this out a long way. Crud.
Cats are getting fed, and apparently she decided it's alright now, but initially she was like, I ain't eating that.
Oh.
It's shred. They usually find a lot of it.
How many rows?
4?
Oh,
Because I skipped something. And there's no way to correct it because it's... Yeah, there's no way to hide it.
yeah.
Darny, 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 darny.
So, frogging.
Oh yeah, lots of it. But the remake will be easier because I've already figured out what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Oh boy. And then once I get what I want, figure out the pattern for it, the next one, if I make the same thing again, will be easier to do because
Yeah.
it'll be familiar.
Yes.
This is your troubleshooting round. Aw, RJ passed out. So you'll get, what, 30 minutes maybe of a reprieve.
Mhm.
He doesn't nap very long.
Okay. Since I'm at this point, let me just double check.
Yeah, exactly. For however briefly,
Mhm.
take what you can get. You know? Yeah, he's one of those totally wired kids that pretty much just does little power naps. You know, you'd think being a year and a half, year and 3/4 old, somewhere in there, that he'd go down for a good sound hour plus nap. But he don't do that. He never has.
Have a great day, Dana. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, have a great day, Deanna. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day.
Hope she got her casting on done before she has to run.
Mind travel.
At least I don't look as gray as I did when that happened. I full on gray pallor, profusely sweating the whole bit, and that went on for some time. The vertigo, oh god, it was the next day before that started subsiding. I mean, usually if I get vertigo, as long as I anchor myself, aka a hand on a table, just anything like that, I can muddle my way through to, you know, like if I need to use the restroom or something like that. But even that was questionable. I would still do it because that's just what I do, but there's times I just had to stop for a moment to get the vertigo to at least settle down a little bit more. More often than not, though, I just walk through the house with my eyes closed, which I've also kind of programmed myself to do. I always
when I get super bad migraines, that's the way I navigate.
Yeah, I had migraines really bad when I was younger, before I had my gallbladder removed. I still occasionally will get like a headache that's trying to go migraine, but I rarely actually have a migraine anymore. I used to have them all the time. The only time now that I will get a migraine is if I have a sinus or glandular infection. And I've been getting some headaches, but not to the degree that would indicate that this was brewing like this. Boy, did I find out in spades. But no, I can walk through here. with my eyes closed and know where I'm going. How many steps?
Yeah, I get those too, Marty.
I get those in my right eye now, Marty. Autoimmune has been attacking my right eye. And that's where most of my headaches come from now, is that I had vessels that were constricted and prevented blood flow to a portion of my eye. I have permanent eye loss now, vision loss. I got a little bit of it back, but it comes and goes. Mostly I've just adapted to the blindness, but I will get headaches in that side of my head, my temple, that right side with that eye. And I have steroid drops, dilation drops kept on hand for when it occurs. It started out that I have iritis and then uveitis, and then it moved to this constriction stuff. I have a lot of issues with that eye in particular, but both of my eyes in general. I have permanent astigmatism, nystagmus, then the iritis, uveitis, and autoimmune on the right side. Thankfully, it hasn't hit my left, but it probably eventually will. But yeah, I get migraines in that eye.
I promise she's okay.
Huh?
And I promise you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just have a
saying
lot of
the,
medical. I'm a complicated, complex patient,
Yeah, me too.
which most doctors despise. They hate that.
Yeah.
God forbid. So you just have to push them and say, you know, complex or not, I'm still a human being, and it's your job to balance all this out. I know. Sometimes you have to get after them. Light a fire under their patooties. When I was taking care of my dad, I was dealing with the VA a lot now, like the allopathic world, and they didn't like to play nice with each other. They played nice for me because I was meaner than they were. But I literally threw a couple of doctors up against a wall while they're hanging there with their little feet dangling. They found out that you don't play around with me and you don't play around with his health, because I'm the advocate and the caregiver and the POA, and If I want information, if I want copies, anything like that, don't try me. And they finally learned. They didn't like it, but they learned.
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to throw questions at me, medical history, that blah, 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 and think that I wouldn't know it, and I would know it. And if I didn't know it, I would find it and then contact them and let them know it. And they just found out, don't mess with me. And mind you, this was back in the 90s. Nowadays, if you throw a doctor against a wall, they're going to arrest you. Back then, they were just, a little more wild, wild west. But you take Mr. Arrogant and bounce him off a wall a couple of times, and he finds out real quick, you don't mess with the chick. Because
Okay, ladies, you have a nice weekend. I am getting sleepy.
You too,
And I
Linda.
think nice hanging out with you. Thank you, Stacy, Pam, and Willow. You guys are so nice, sweet. And I'll talk to you later. Love you.
take care, Linda.
Yeah.
You
She
too.
still
Take
doesn't
care
know
of
what
yourself,
Helen is
mother.
yet, does she, Willow? Uh-huh.
Well, for the very first time, my body is actually craving something. Wanted a simple salad, and Sis just fixed one and brought it to me. And we'll see how it goes. But I haven't craved food at all in the past days, so a craving is a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
But sorry if I crunch.
Okay, you can crunch.
Crunch away.
When I started eating something more than, third of a cup of soup or third of a cup of soup or one little egg. I've had zero cravings.
The screen on the outside is messed up. Probably
And it would have to have happened outside because,
yeah. I just noticed it.
oh goody, my outdoor screen on my front door has been jacked up by a kitty cat.
Mm-hmm.
Because we haven't had windows open here. It's like 100 freaking degrees here.
It's high enough up though. We never lift the window up that high.
Yeah. Well, there is a couple spots way up high that was caused by this one back in the day. I'll just have to look and see if it's what she left behind, because Sable decided to try to shimmy up our screen door when she was first introducing herself to us and wanting to move into our home. So I'll have to see if those are from her or if there's been another cat hanging on her door.
I just feel lost without my favorite scissors that I left up at the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
I might have to get another pair. It's a scissors that makes this edging like this.
Oh, like the tour.
Yeah, sort of the Tor.
Deckled.
Yeah. Rough looking edge like this that I use a lot.
How did you manage to do that?
Well, I was using it up there to make some of my different, cards and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I just forgot to bring it back. I have some stuff up there that I can leave up there because they're duplicates or whatever, but yeah.
Yep, sounds like you're going to need to invest in some duplicates for those.
Yeah,
I mean, if
those
you're
scissors,
using that often stands to reason.
I don't think that they're very expensive, that one in particular.
Well, I hope so too, Tina. Because that'll also give you a little bit of a break. Oh, okay. Come on, good grief.
Okay.
Trying to get a smaller piece of lettuce. My hand don't even want to cooperate. Cut that with a fork. I want to just get tilt. Got about half of it, I think. Dude, this is watching Pam. She's just a little Energizer bunny. She just keeps going.
I have to wait for something to come through Amazon today before I can finish my spools. This is the never-ending journal. The next journal I make is going to be a sew together, where I put the signatures together first.
Let me go to Arnie.
Yep, August 2nd.
Okay. 10 Eastern to about 11:45 Eastern, and then the second live will start a little afternoon. AK basically 15-minute break to take care of business. Eastern to 11:45, and then 12 noon to whenever. I'm guessing probably another couple hours.
Yeah, I think she's planning on 2-ish.
Oh, the end it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go. Yeah, I don't anticipate it going longer than 2.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. It's the first time out, but that's my plan.
Something I would recommend is the break. Do more than 15 minutes. Because I can guarantee that 15 minutes is going to go flying by.
Don't you think you'll lose people in 15 minutes?
There's no break. It's 12:02. Come on, do a little chitty chat. People get in. Then I'm first one up. Right after I'm done with my half hour, Pam comes on. And then right after she's done, we'll have Kellyanne.
Yeah, you want to keep people in the room. I'm thinking that's just I haven't done a lot of auctions, but as an observer, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. I thought there was a break.
The sellers get a break when the other person gets on, right?
Well, yeah, you're not.
Yeah.
It's just that person for that half hour ish. You know, if they get a lot of people buying, so I have to write stuff down, it takes a couple more minutes, you know.
Yeah.
Tacked onto that. So that I figure I gave basically a half hour, 10 minutes of blah 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 on either end, plus an extra 5.
Oh, okay.
You know, in case. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that goes to show how well I interpreted that message. Dirt.
Did I say it wrong?
I was going on what you had in Messenger. Be right back.
Stacy, are you planning on having anybody jot down the buyers, or we're just doing it
Well,
on our own?
yeah, you're gonna handle that yourself, but Willow, if she's well,
Mm-hmm.
she'll do voice moderation and just kind of keep things going. Like if we mix,
Okay.
she'll say so and so's, in for item whatever, so you can.
But she'll let us know if she needs a break, I'm sure.
If she 100% needs a break, I will
Yeah.
take a small break for her and
Okay.
then just go on with the next person. She needs 10 minutes or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I appreciate that. We'll just have to wait and see where I'm at that point.
Yeah.
Hopefully this will all be resolved by then, but these types of infections tend to want to try to linger. So. Or at least the
Not
symptoms.
allowed. No. You're not
We'll
allowed.
just go with the flow.
Yeah.
The first one's going to be, because it's the first one out. You work your kinks out,
Yeah.
My goal is truly to have them no longer than 2 hours long. That's my goal for everybody's sake. I'll be there. I mean, I'm going to be there the whole time too. Looking at the chat, whatever, and just.
Do we have to copy and paste the amount of what the item is for, the price and stuff, like you do on Johnny's? I hope not.
If I can type, I will.
Yeah, if she's able to type, she will. If not, I'll do it for you guys.
We'll figure it out one way or another.
Yep.
I mean, I always have it wrote down on a notebook for myself, but
Yeah.
it's nervous enough trying to.
We're going to be a bunch of old friends here. There might be a couple other people that pop in, but I don't think it's going to be a nervous kind of situation.
Yeah.
I don't do nervous. The main thing for me is, how are my eyes behaving? How are my hands behaving? How's my brain behaving?
Yeah,
It's
the brain
what I'll
part
do
I
around.
get. That's why I say sometimes I have a hard time focusing on all that stuff.
Good.
All I can say are sticky notes and baggies are your friend.
Yeah.
Slap a name on it, slap a price on it, in the bag it goes.
Oh yeah.
And just have a separate box for everything that's sold, and you put everything in that but one box.
Yeah, if you see like Josie, she takes everything from her right side that is going up for sale, and if it is sold, it goes to the left side into a box. And they're bagged, and a name and the amount are put in the bag.
When I sold my buttons on Facebook to my button collector friends, they had their own little bin, and I would invoice once a month, and then pull their bin out. And
Yeah.
Well, if this becomes a thing, a regular thing, at least once a month, then
yeah,
you can develop a system
right.
for yourself. Just got to see
Yeah,
how it goes.
whatever works best for you. Some people have the room to do the bin thing. Not everybody does.
Yeah, I don't have bin room.
Right now, I
Yeah.
don't. With my button thing, I just have like a case that had pull-out drawers, and when they bought something, I'd put the button in that bin, little pull-out drawer, and the bins had their names on, and
Yeah.
but yeah, like you said,
Ziploc bags that'll fit your items, every item you got that you're selling. Make sure they fit your biggest item.
mm-hmm.
Those are the ones you get. And you just have them there, and you just put everything in the same size bag. Everything, So it's the same function. You're not fiddling with a smaller bag over a bigger bag, or trying to choose, make that decision or anything along the way.
And a lot of it too just depends on the goods that you have. Sometimes consistent
Right.
bags don't work because sometimes
Right.
people need your bag. But
Yeah.
When you separate your orders, then by person, then you can, when you're actually packing the ship, you can adjust them to proper size bags or whatever.
poor Marty, she has appointments all that day, and she's dental and eye appointments.
Oh,
She's like,
no.
I want to cancel all my appointments so I can go to the sale. Don't cancel, reschedule.
Yeah.
Reschedule.
Still gotta get them done.
Don't
Just might not have to get them
Don't
done.
Get on it now.
Yep. Just call them and had something come up,
Well, you can always watch after.
Yep.
And if something didn't sell, you can always email each individual and see if it's still available.
I can hear her right now, but I don't want to do that. I want to be in the now. I don't want to comment and not be able to comment because, I want to be able to comment in the moment. The thrill of the hunt. Rewatch is great, but it's a little lackluster.
She said you heard her.
Mm-hmm. Yep, she wants to be there in the now. She doesn't want to rewatch. Rewatches are great in a pinch, but they're kind of lackluster.
So we're having a family gathering tomorrow at my mom's senior apartment in their commons room. my immediate family. I'm a little nervous about it. I like seeing people, but I also have a little anxiety about it.
I don't mind seeing people, but I don't want to be drilled by people about my life.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
when that happens, yeah, I just walk away. Well, wait a minute, we were asking you. And I'm like, yeah. Does it look like I want to answer? Yeah, if you don't care to be in my life, then you're not going to know about my life. I'm a private person for the most part, so. What I share, but aside from that, don't cry, because, yeah, you're usually going to just see my Tucci walking the other way.
I'm usually emotionally drained the next day.
Gotta learn how to shield, girl.
I love my family. It's just
I love mine too, but they aren't gonna, suck the juice out of me. People that do that are known as psychic vampires, and I don't tolerate that. I start out with the shield. If they try to press against the shield, they get zinged by the shield. And if that still don't work, then they just flat out get zapped. Thing is a lot of my family, that's all they do is the reunions. They don't actually interact with each other in life. And then they want to drill you, and I don't do drilling.
well, it's really something how life just zooms on by, and if you don't plan those little get-togethers, people don't see each other, and
Yeah. Thank you.
now if it was extended family, I'd really be exhausted.
Really? Yeah.
I don't know. I used to take my dad to the reunions because he loved going to them. I would cook so that he would have things to bring and all that delightful stuff, but once he passed, I was just kind of over it. Because that's all they did was want to drill you, and it's just the type of family that I had. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, they didn't give you the time of day. The call us if you needed us was definitely a platitude because, yeah, a couple of times that I tried that, total fail. It just didn't bother anymore. You know, sometimes you just have family that it's all about what you can do for them.
Yeah.
You know, it's that whole fair weather friend kind of thing. And unfortunately, a good part of my family was like that. It is what it is. I got my mail. I got my prize from that quilt website. Unfortunately, it was the one that I didn't want. But it's Aurifil threads. 3 cones, Tuscany, something or another, aka all oranges. So it'll be used on fall crafts. But the one that I really wanted was some Riley Blake fabric that they had that was woodland critters and things like that. You know, I'm all about my critters. But that's alright. I can do scarecrows and pumpkins and all kinds of fun things with that thread. So.
Then she got a step.
Sure. Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, the kitty cat with a dirty ear. So that will get flushed out this weekend. Tina says, I think I'm in the mood to watch or listen to Deadpool. I've heard that name, but I have no idea what the plot is or anything. I know it was popular back in the day. And when I see the word, it brings to mind, you know, a green algae-infested swimming pool. You know, like in Florida, that, you know, you go to check it out and a random gator comes flying out of it. I've heard that name too, but can't bring a face to the name. Which, you know me, not a lot of actors that...
Oh, yeah, I know who Ryan Reynolds is. Yep. Farrah Fawcett?
That don't tell me anything. I know who Farrah Fawcett is, but...
Wasn't Ryan Reynolds her... Or do I have the wrong ones together?
I don't know. The whole, she's dating whoever, she's married to whoever, he's married to this, and he's... I don't.
Well, Farrah Fawcett passed away. You know that, right?
Yeah.
From cancer. And wasn't Ryan Reynolds the one she was married to and on and off, or
Tina says
I
she
don't.
owns Mint Mobile, which would be
Maybe
the
I'm
ad.
thinking the wrong person.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ryan O'Neal. Yep.
O'Neill, yes. Okay. I had the first name right.
I will, like see somebody in a movie and be like, great acting, blah blah blah. Beyond that, yeah, I don't do the whole whoever's married to who and who's screwing around on who else, and I've never been that person. I just really don't care. They're just people, and they happen to be in movies or TV. A big fat hairy deal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care who they're sleeping with or, living with or. I'm just interested in whether or not they acted well in whatever they were in. Beyond that, really don't give a hoot. Just not my thing, I guess. I know a lot of people like that kind of thing. Sis likes that kind of thing. I never have.
So you were never an inquiring mind wants to know.
No. My inquiring mind wants to know about troop dynamics in primates, or, where this animal is, located, where they're from, that kind of thing. But yeah, never really the, actor, actress, inside scoop kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oops.
On rare occasion, I will follow something because it's interesting. The whole Duggar debacle. How that whole family fell apart and what they were involved in and why they fell apart. I find interesting, but I still don't care who's sleeping with who. It's just more, the collapse of a quote unquote, dynasty or family or whatever that made it big and on the wrong principles, and that those very principles is what got them nailed to begin with, because they weren't following whatever they were, kind of thing. Okay, so this is here to rub my back. I gotta move my table out so we put a stool in here. Take off the oxygen instead of trying to navigate that.
Okay, now you got me thinking. I gotta see who Ryan Reynolds is. I recognize the name here. Oh, yes. Yeah. He is Debbie. That's the son of the son of the gal that played the part in, well, Debbie Reynolds, I think it is. I just watched a movie with him in it. Let's see. Yeah, I think he's Debbie
Age-wise, that
Reynolds.
could be a grandson even.
There's a stream of, connections, 3 different people that see, this is my mind. It's not there anymore.
I know the feeling well.
Okay, so Debbie Reynolds was his grandmother, I believe, and Carrie Fisher is his mother. Something like that. Carrie Fisher was the
Princess Leia.
yes, yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense, because
yeah.
the Ryan Reynolds that I see on the ads that come up on YouTube is far too
Yeah.
young to be the son of Debbie Reynolds. 'Cause Debbie's quite up there.
I think she's dead now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's.
Yep, she is. Carrie Fisher is too.
Yeah. I didn't know Ryan Reynolds was related to him.
Yeah, I just watched a movie with him in it this last week. For the life of me, I can't remember the name of it right now, but yeah, it was funny.
I didn't even know the dude that owned Mint Mobile was an actor, so. Just saying. His wife is in traveling pants. That could be alarming. Too soon.
I don't know what I messed up. No.
The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, so there's more than one? That's even more alarming. Yeah, I don't know that I would announce myself. I'm a sister of the traveling pant. Huh? Yeah, they had a sisterhood. I don't know, something about yo-yos or yah-yahs or something.
That's the same one.
Really?
This is in the 90s.
I don't know. I'd shelved the books when I was working at the bookstore. But
Oh, the
never
Yaya
looked.
Sisterhood. That's a different one. Okay, yeah. Yaya Sisterhood. Which I've never seen. I just remember hearing it.
Yeah, I think I seen maybe a tidbit or two. You know, kind of like when you're like thumbing through the channels back in the day. But about it. Aside from that, book covers. Because I managed to use bookstore at the time. Those books window fairly regularly. I read the synopsis on them, and I was just like, no, not for me. And on the shelf they go.
What's that thing for?
Hello, Livy. We didn't torture you. We just looked in your ear. Yeah, the torture comes this weekend when we put drops in your ears. We'll see how that goes.
Okay.
She must not let anybody come upstairs.
Yeah. That would be my guess. Which means that she's
Chloe
gonna...
used to run the other way, and she'd go out the doggy door. Well, that was her escape.
Yeah, we don't have a doggy door. She just takes off. She's semi-feral, so she's fine when she allows you to pet her. Aside from that, she takes off. And she doesn't want you to do anything to her. So, she always tries to take off. But once it's done, then she's perfectly fine. After she gets over the indignity of it all.
Well, the last ear infection that Chloe had, we had to put drops in her ears, and up at the cabin, she can't run the other way. There's no dog door.
Mm-hmm.
There's just the other end, which is our bedroom.
Yeah.
And we got her, she knew that she was going to get a treat afterwards. So now she just sits there.
Mm-hmm.
Because she knows she's going to get a treat.
Oh, yeah, to do that.
She's very food motivated. But I don't even know if a treat would have her holding still. It's not her nature to hold still and let people do things to her. I mean, she's not even letting cats do things to her, aka clean her ears. So
Yeah.
her attitude is just going to set her up for having to have drops put in her ears fairly regularly to clean them out. So
I took Chloe to the vet yesterday, and a few years ago she had problems with her liver. They didn't know what caused the test to skyrocket. It looked like she had liver disease, and so I had taken her for this special x-ray to a different clinic, and they had to partially sedate her for that test. And anyhow, through all the testing and stuff, she had a lot of needle poking, and so she got to the point where if I had to take her to the vet, she was very she knew something was going to go on.
yeah,
And
she developed PTSD.
yeah, so yesterday when the assistant went to take her to weigh her, they take her down this hallway, she sat and cowered with her tail under her feet, under her butt. And I said to her, Chloe, they're not going to poke you, honey. And she said, the assistant said, oh no, it's all right. She didn't know why she was doing it. Poor dog. It was very traumatic on her.
Yeah.
They never did figure out what caused her liver thing to go like that, and we couldn't figure it out either. They gave her some medication that healed it, and her next test was fine. But through all that testing, and they gave her a test to, I don't remember all the details, but it tests for if she's got dog dementia or something. Developing dog dementia, and I know they had to poke her for that.
Yeah. Well, I know in cats that if they go off their food, their liver enzymes will go way up.
Oh, really?
And trying to keep fluids in them, and even just a little bit of food is huge in keeping those liver enzymes from skyrocketing because it can cause permanent damage. A cat's renal system is the weakest system in their body. It's even worse with males. A large percentage of male cats end up with renal issues that's what
Keep
takes them
going.
out.
No. You can't lay here.
The supervisor has arrived. I'm listening, Willow.
Yeah, dogs it's a little different, but yeah, with cats, increased enzymes.
Come on.
There's something more going on than just the liver.
It.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out what happened, you know.
Yeah.
The vet said, well, they're not sure. Maybe she got a hold of a pill that was on the floor, or I don't know.
Yeah.
They didn't know. And we had this plant in the front of our cabin that we transplanted and put it in the back, hostas. Because I had heard that hostas could be poisonous to dogs. And so those were in the front of the cabin, and you know they were sniffing them, and she could have chewed one out, you know, pulled one out and chewed it, and so
Yeah, that would do it.
and the vet said the seizures weren't related to her liver, and I don't know, by the time we got done we spent almost $2,000.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always a good idea if you have dogs or cats, whether indoor or outdoor plants. If it's in their enclosures, if it's where they can access, make sure that it's a family plant. Because
well, like beagles, it's hard with beagles too. We don't use her for hunting, but can you imagine taking them out in the woods for hunting? And well, they left it up to me. We didn't have to have that test done for her liver. That was so expensive, but we wanted to know
what was up.
Yeah, what was going on?
Yeah, beagles in particular, they're crazy curious about everything. And
she likes to eat bugs. She likes to eat bugs,
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a dog that likes to eat bugs? She'll go around the deck and look for bugs to eat. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I told you guys about the story about her eating box elder bugs.
Oh, wow, that would have went over well.
One morning she wanted to go outside. I let them outside on the leash on the side of the house there on a leash. We got leashes in a couple different places where they can romp around. And because we can't let them loose. And she kept wanting to go outside. It was like she had just come in. She's driving me crazy. And in the afternoon, she threw up a bunch of box elder bugs. I mean, a whole chunk of them. I mean, I'm telling you, the dog must have ate a cup full of box elder bugs. They were along the side of the house, on the siding from the heat, Yeah. They collect on the siding, and
she was locked in on them.
Yeah, why on earth she wanted to eat? Oh, crazy. You'd think the dog was starving or something, and not.
No, they're just beagles are hunter hound dogs, and they lock in on a scent or lock in on something, and they just keep going and going, and they will set themselves up for a gastrointestinal nightmare. The
last time she got loose, she went down into the down on the end of the road, there's a little farmette type of thing, and these people have a couple horses out in the pasture, and she was out there feasting away on their, you know what,
Yep.
on their waste.
Yep.
And she threw up. When I got her back, she threw up, and you know what that was like.
Uh-huh. Yep, it definitely didn't smell foodish.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
even close.
I think it's because they can smell stuff in there we can't.
You would think with the added sensory of their noses that they would smell more than they care to consume.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the dogs we had to get in a litter box.
Yeah.
At least she doesn't eat her own or Charlie's waste. I know dogs that do that. They don't do that, but yeah. Anyhow.
Yeah, I had to create barriers where any of the boxes were when we had Sarah, because she would go get into it. You know, which isn't good for their renal system because the extra rich protein food that cats get versus dogs can shut down kidneys and liver on a dog. And that's why this whole high protein diet thing with certain foods that they've come out with, I found rather alarming for dogs because they were getting the richness of cat food. You do not feed a dog cat food. It's just like you don't feed a cat dog food because it doesn't have in it what they need. Cat food is very high on eye care or eye health supplement.
Oh.
Dogs do not have that. So you feed a cat dog food, and that cat is guaranteed to go blind.
Wow.
But, you know, dogs eating cat food are pretty much guaranteed to go into renal failure. I mean, it could just be a day, it could be a week, it could be a month, but it will happen. They cannot handle each other's food. A cat can handle dog food better than a dog can handle cat food, but still, you are looking at down the road that cat going blind because what they need for their eye health isn't in dog food. In some aspects, it's not even in nature. But yeah, you feed a cat dog food, and they will go blind. It's a long-term effect kind of thing of their eyes not getting the nourishment that they need.
So,
Oh well. I'm not undoing this again. A happy little mistake that can stay right there.
Oh, I don't think they're quite as happy as you're letting on, but because I can hear under your breath. But it's part of troubleshooting, whether we like it or not. Well, here comes the The headache for the heat of the day. Which the heat of the day ain't here yet. We've got upper 90s to triple digits. On and off for the most part for the next week again. You know, if it's upper 90s, the heat indices are triple digit. But
Yeah, we've been that way since July 4th.
yeah, we have been on and off. But that's why I have a swamp cooler on my table. Because it reaches a point where the AC just don't cut it. So I will use my little swamp cooler, and it's pretty much pointed right at me, just to help keep things cool. But when I have to have that around, it also makes it hard to set up the craft or anything, because it's going to be in the way. I mean, it can be done, but you're just awkwardly going to be looking at least the corner of this swamp cooler. But kind of mute point at the moment, because trying to craft ain't going to happen. If I suddenly go quiet, it's because the yawning has begun, aka gassing out again. Been doing a lot of sleeping. Because my muscles are so clenched up and everything. I've been doing better sleeping here on the sofa than I have in bed. Too many pressure points in bed. If my mattress is aired up to the point to protect my back, you know, then I get pressure point. So I can either have my back grumping at me or the rest of it me grumping at me. But if I'm sitting upright, then as long as I have my tailbone in a happy place, then I'm good. I've never been big on chick flicks. I mostly tend to be fascinated with like coming of age movies from the 80s, 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely more so that now than when I was younger, because I was never much of a weeper. But certain things touch me now that didn't used to get through that barrier before. usually heartwarming crap. Guaranteed, if I need a good cry, I can go watch videos on animals being reunited with their owners, or military coming home to family. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I like the reunited thing, but I have a hard time with those pet things. I turn them right off if I run into
yeah.
YouTube or Facebook where they're rescuing a dog from a bad situation. I can't tolerate watching that. I just can't imagine people being like that, you know? I know they're out there, but I just can't handle watching it.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm like that. It just depends.
Sometimes I watch some of those kinds of things because you actually learn when they're going through the process, if they're more detailed of treatment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You learn things, you know.
You know, when you're a rescue foster, that type of stuff, that type of information is so valuable. I mean, like when, for example, Miles, you know, he came to me just flat out. Well, I knew to add corn syrup to the syringe that I was feeding him some milk with. Just to give him, you know, a bit of energy back, because his blood sugars would have been tanked, and where he was anemic and everything. And you know, you just want to see that spark, and might not be much of one, but I mean, he couldn't even open his eyes. And when he opened his eyes, then I found out that he was far older than I thought he was. Because you know, his eyes had already turned color, which directed me in the ways that I treated him, because I wasn't treating a bottle baby like I thought I was, because he was so stunted. He looked like he was about 4 weeks old, but his eyes had turned color, so he was, you know, at least 7-8 weeks old, aka weaned. So then I knew that whatever food I gave him following that first initial meal of milk that I gave him was to bulk it up, because otherwise it would give him diarrhea. I didn't have to do much of that at all when he was kind of over the milk and just wanted soft food, and then he got up enough strength in a day or two and he was able to do kibble, because I had given him Capstar and killed the fleas that were causing the cycle to begin with, because he was anemic and flea infested, and you know, all of that was taken care of. And at that point, it's just building him back up. But yeah, it was touch and go. I didn't know if I'd be able to pull him even through the night, but I did. And it was the next morning when he finally was able to open his eyes, and I found out that he was much older than he looked. So then I modified his diet. Yeah. Started building up from there. Got him there. And within a week, he was able to gingerly, you know, sit up and play with a toy for just a very brief time. Nothing heavy duty, just a little bopping of it. Second week, he was streaking through the house. I mean, he'd run out of gas sooner because he was still building blood, but he was streaking through the house, you know, for however little of a time it was. That was huge, that he even had the energy to do that. There's been a lot of rescue, and they all plot line, but the details were entirely wrong. You know, you got certain basic things that you have to do, especially when they come to you flat out like that. But once you're able to determine age and you know, you don't want to just chronically keep feeding them corn syrup to try to give them energy. You only do that a couple times, you know, just to give them the initial energy. Then you need to let the food do that, you know. Because you don't want them, you know, with their numbers shooting too high, you know. You're just trying to bring them back, basically, because their glucose is down when they're in a situation and you know, just a time or two, you might have to get corn to that. Just give them just enough energy to you know, eat a bit of kibble, that kind of thing.
I had a friend tell me that, you know, next time I see Chloe having a seizure, which doesn't happen very often, to give her a little bit of honey on my finger. I never thought about that, you know, because she said it might be her blood sugar. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Some animals, dogs in particular, can have seizures if they're hyperglycemic. Their numbers tank on them a bit on the regular. I mean, it just could be a dynamic of food versus fluids versus stress, and it kind of sets something like that off, but it can happen. So it does not hurt to give them a bit of honey to see if that helps bring them back around. It's one of the ways counter something like that could very well be the case. And it's just, then it's figuring out, you know, was there stress? Was she off her food a little bit? Was she not drinking as much? You know, just a tiny bit dehydrated. You know, just different things like that.
The vet told me, you know, she said, you know, if it lasts more than like a minute or something like that, or regularly more than once a month, you know, then it would be a concern. But because I got to where I was calling her because I panicked, because it's horrible to see them go through that.
Yeah, it is.
You know, she hasn't had one for months now, so, but it's a scary thing.
It is. I've had dogs that had seizures.
I guess it can be common with beagles too. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, they have a disconnect in their brain that can trigger seizures, or can be a stress related, or like I said, just slightly dehydrated, just not drinking quite enough water. You know, fevers. There's a lot of variable things that can cause them, but for whatever reason, beagles are one of the breeds that tend to have more issues with that.
Oops, I gotta glue that on yet.
All right, not getting finished because yeah. But again, you never know what you discover when you're doing stuff. Add my cheese here. What do you got?
I got a messy desk. That's what I got. Ooh, Stacy.
What does it look like?
It looks like a
Owl.
pineapple design.
Looks like an owl.
Oh, an owl. Yeah, I see an owl. I
Now
do see an owl.
or cat?
Or a cat, yes. Wow.
Purely by accident, I got to that point and I'm like, I wasn't happy with the one little error. It's just driving me crazy.
It does look like
So
a
I-
cat or an owl.
I put it down and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. That looks like something. Well, it looks like a couple things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
happy accident.
Yeah.
Serendipity.
Oh, what the heck is this? Let's see. Stay in the strain. 18-inch Majesty. This is an old shoelace, I think. That could be used for different things. I like that label. Yeah, rayon shoelaces. Rayon shoelaces. Ooh. Yeah, I like that.
Rayon, that sounds very 90s. Late 80s, early 90s.
Look at the label on it. Paper label.
Yep. They don't do those anymore.
Yeah.
Everything's
I'm
plastic.
thinking that might make a good tie on there. Oh boy, she's making me big.
Yep.
Just
So you like look at the label and I'm like, I can't see. Oh, well, you're backwards
oh,
too.
well, here. See that? Oh yeah, I know. I'm not mirrored. Let's see. This is my right hand, which is the right side. Yeah, it's Majesty. Rayon shoelaces.
Yep, like I said, late 80s, early 90s.
That definitely could be used in a journal here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the color of that lace there. Ooh. Yeah.
Well, you can bet Stacy's going to be altering her notes. That if I want to do this, this is how far I go. Yeah, that would look awesome on the cover of a journal.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Chew. Welcome, welcome.
Not. Let's see.
Hi, Chew.
Hey, Chew.
Hey, Leanne.
Need a little piece of trim. Lace. That's big. Don't want that.
Yeah.
Need a bigger piece.
Now it's time for me to see if I can get this fistful of meds down.
Yeah. Oops, wrong end.
Oh, here's my Amazon orders.
Uh-oh.
I don't think one of them's big enough to be my Gemini, but that's supposed to be coming today. Mm-hmm. Can't say I didn't warn you.
No.
Redneck doorbell.
What? Not gonna run and see if the new toy is in?
I will after I get off of here. I'm into this page right now. I don't think it's here yet because I got notice that these certain items were coming, and It's due today, though.
Yeah, but was that the Postal Service or FedEx, you know?
Yeah, I don't think that this would come Postal Service, but I could look at the tracking on it. I didn't look at that yet.
Here, a lot of that stuff comes FedEx. Some stuff will come in the mail, but
That was UPS.
Rarely UPS, mostly FedEx. You know, they just go.
I ordered a roll of Velcro. Stick on Velcro. A roll of it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Cut that out.
Yeah, I'm pretty good on that stuff. I've got the
I
sew
used
on,
up what I had here.
the
in
sew
the
on,
black.
stick on, and iron on, and then the stuff that's double-sided.
Yeah, I got the double-sided stuff, but I still glue it. I don't know for what I'm using it on.
Yeah, I got the double-sided to use in like doll clothes, but I can't stand Velcro on doll clothes. So it ended up becoming a cord minder,
Oh boy.
and just recently bought more as cord minder because
Oops.
we have one particular kitty that likes to go after cords, so been doing cord minder and the wrap over stuff to protect the cords and all that kind of stuff. I've got another order of that coming from Tamu as well. Because for whatever reason she's decided to have a go at cords that she hasn't had a go at before. And so pretty much everything cord is getting kitten proofed now. Because she don't want to let up. And I think the only reason that she does it's because she knows it bugs us.
I don't think that's all of it.
Yep, to get the rise out of you.
She definitely is something else. She's very much, I'm the alpha, that makes me special, and I can get away with murder. And when she finds out she can't, you know, she's totally indignant. But I don't need her electrocuting herself, chewing on cordage. It's stupid. She has no idea. And I intend to keep it that way. Well, ladies, I'm really starting to flag here, so I'm gonna go. That way, if I zonk on the sofa, you won't be, hearing snoring in the background.
Yeah, I got a break for lunch here within the next 10 minutes here.
I go for so long, and then I just flag out and gotta take a snooze.
Well, thanks
That's
for
what
joining
we'll
us,
do.
Willow.
Hopefully, I'll get to feeling better very soon because I'm
Yeah.
really feeling this. But anyways, probably catch y'all around on the tube. See you later.
Okay.
Round
Have
the
a great
return
day.
somewhere.
Is that thunder or something else?
Thunder.
Is it?
Yeah.
It sounds like it. Yeah. I mean, it's not bothering me any. I just happen to hear it, and certainly sounds like thunder. All right, put this on here. And we'll be done with this for today. Well, I guess it's time for me to have some lunch and do some adult things this afternoon.
Mhm.
So thanks for having me, Stacy.
Always.
And I'm sure I'll see you on probably Monday. Have a great weekend if I don't see you before. And everyone in the chat, bye for now.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank everyone who came in. I want to thank everyone who hung out. I want to thank those of you who will watch this in the future. Please like, comment, subscribe. But most importantly, please enjoy the rest of your day.